use that anymore. Okay. If I do this, then that should work. There we go. Work. Okay. Well, I can't spell spontaneous. How do you spell spontaneous? It's with an A. I knew that. E-O-U-S. Yeah, I spelled it that way, and it still looks wrong. It still looks wrong. And I also forgot a drink. Oh, we are doing so well today. Post. Letting folks know that this is going on. Oh my gosh. Okay. Deadpool fan, hello. Pretzel 2. Hello to the awesomeness. That okay, you were so triggering my imposter syndrome. How dare you? You are going to the Animal Aglow tonight. That's a thing at the... I'm assuming that's St. Louis Zoo? I don't know. That should be fun. Okay. What kind of event is that? You are awesome. No. Pff. I'm going to let this slideshow go for a little while before I switch to the actual drawing screen. I'll have this come up every now and then. Why is it doing the runtime? What? Let me refresh that. There we go. Okay, that was weird. That was my USB hub disconnecting and reconnecting because that's a thing it does now, apparently. Okay, let's see. What? Why? They have structures of animals set up and they light them all up at night. Oh, okay. Are they like raising money for conservation stuff or what's happening there? Just an event celebrating something, or like pretend you're talking to someone that's been living under a rock. Cause I don't know what that is. Do I know what a zoo is? Yes, I know what a zoo is. Closing a bunch of stuff. Okay. Just an annual event. I don't know if it's raising funds for anything in particular. Okay, that's fair. I mean, not all events are like raising money for non-profits or charity. I'm just kind of used to that being a thing, but if it's not, if it's just celebrating, if it's just an annual event, then fair enough. I'm trying to find some music to listen to. And the awkward thing is, every time I listen to music on a live stream, it doesn't matter whether it's licensed free music or not. At some point, YouTube's like, "Hey, you can't monetize this live stream anymore. Now it's a video, so we're going to take all of your monetization away," in spite the fact I'm using licensed free music. Because it turns out, when you let an AI run your online platform, it doesn't turn out so good. Not great. Alright, letting folks in my Discord server know that I'm doing this. General bonk at doing a, let's see if I can spell spontaneous. Nope. Spontaneous. You can't see what I'm doing, thank goodness. Spontaneous live stream. Boom. There we go. Now people in Discord server know I'm doing this. So there we go. Even using your own voice has gotten some streamers hit with that. Huh? How does that work? Do you mean like if the streamer sings a song, is that what you mean? Because that is for sure a thing that is stupid. Okay, let's see. So, how was everyone's Friday the 13th? Because mine sucked. Yesterday was cursed, for sure. I remember a guy got copyright claimed and they were kind enough to give a timestamp of the copy claim stuff. The only thing in the unlisted and private video was a black screen and the creator talking. Well, did someone else like false claim their content or something, or is the AI losing its mind? I'm going to go with the AI is losing its mind. For want of a better phrase, an AI doesn't have a mind, but you know what I mean. An AI does not have common sense. Alright, we'll switch this commission price list off for now. Boom. I've also got some stuff to tell you guys as well. I'm going to once again be at Charlotte Comic Con here in North Carolina on April 19th. It's a one-day event I've done several times since I've moved here, and it's a really, really cool one-day event that's local to where we live, so I highly recommend you guys attend, and it's only $5 admission. There's it has an amazing artist alley, some really awesome vendors, and non-profit organizations as well, raising money for awesome causes. There's some amazing cosplayers as well that come to this event. It's just a really cool one-day event that's just held in a local local hotel. So it's not a massive event. If you prefer the smaller events, then yeah, I'll be there once again, doing my thing, selling my stuff. We don't have the table layout yet, but it is only March. I'm usually on the left side of the vendor hall, near the back. That's usually where they put me. I will post more info about that later. There's also another event which I don't have the image for it yet because they're still working on it. Um, I'm going to be a guest at Con Carolina in May, which is also in North Carolina. So it happens. And I'm going to be vending there, but I'm also going to be doing a couple of panels, including if anyone was at HarmonyCon in February, I am going to be doing my panel about imposter syndrome within fandoms. And obviously this convention it's a 3-day event and it's basically like an indoor Ren fair kind of thing. Definitely more supporting independent writers and artists and general pop culture, but more gearing toward fantasy stuff as well as science fiction. But there's a good mix of stuff at this event, which I'm really excited for, especially with all of the support they're giving to independent writers. Most of the tables in the hallway area are filled with independent authors with their amazing books, as well as artists like myself and content creators and people that make movies and things like that. You know, all these independent people. It's awesome. It's just great fun, and I'm really looking forward to doing my imposter syndrome panel, and it's going to be the first time I've done a panel at a quote unquote non-pony convention. So it's going to be different for sure. I'm looking forward to it. Excited to be stepping out of the box. And yeah. Charlotte, that reminds me of my trip. When booking at flights, Charlotte was one of the layover airports for a better airport. Charlotte Douglas is... It's been getting... There's been a lot of remodeling happening. It's been like that for several years now. And when comparing it to other airports I've travelled through, Charlotte is one of the better airports. It definitely feels more spacious. However, if you're arriving from an international flight, their immigration and customs room is tiny, but it was built in the 60s. So I'm hoping that eventually they'll be adding an expansion to that area. They've definitely improved the entrance for it, but not the room itself. There's only so much that they can do. They can't really make that room bigger. They would have to add another room. So, like, yeah, that would take years to sort out. But it just means when you're going through immigration and customs, it does take a little bit longer to get through because of the size of the room. There's nothing that they can do about that. Although, in my personal experience, if you just go in the line you're meant to and just have some patience, you do get through it fairly quickly. Unfortunately, some people do try to jump the line, and that's when problems start. You know, people get worried that they're going to miss their connection, and I completely understand that. However, jumping the line actually causes further delay. What can I say? A lot of people don't like to queue. So we were just working on some commissions today. Hey, Luigi reviews. I'm doing okay. Yesterday sucked. Yesterday was cursed, and I realized halfway through my D&D session yesterday that it was Friday the 13th, which explained so much. Basically our car battery stopped working suddenly, so we had to do a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, this is a relatively new car battery, so I was like, oh, why is this not working? This is stupid. Why? Luckily, where we were was near an AutoZone, and they helped us out. They gave us a jump start, and then we went to the car manufacturer, and they sorted it out, and we didn't have to pay anything, because it turned out that whoever installed the new battery didn't do it properly. There was a loose connection. Not our fault. Just since it was installed and over time as we're using the car, it just came loose. So it was a simple fix. but still, it ate half of our day away because we had to wait a couple of hours in the car manufacturer for it to get sorted. And then I fell asleep because I had several energy crashes through the day. For those that don't know, I do have a minor heart murmur, so my energy levels go up and down quite drastically. So that was fun. Then I was trying to do my D&D session and I had no energy whatsoever as a result of unexpected trip to the car manufacturer. And I was falling asleep through the session, so I decided, right, I'm going to have my energy powder drink in the evening, which I really shouldn't do because that would mean I'm not going to sleep at night. But I'm so glad I did. I managed this session. This session was 3 hours long. And it was a lot of fun. And the people I played the game with are very patient with me because I'm still relatively new to D&D. And also they know me very well, so they know some of the issues I have in regards to energy crashes, etc., etc. It happens. It's not really something I talk about an awful lot, so yeah. But it was funny because like because I'm also on the spectrum. Sometimes like certain noises really bother me, and yesterday, like, even the buzz of a refrigerator was annoying me. It was one of those days where just all the background buzzes were just really setting me off. And then I realized halfway through the session, hey, it's Friday the 13th. Today is cursed. Because our DM was having mic issues as well. So, I mean, they kept, like, cutting out, or it sounded like he was talking while underwater every now and then. It was really weird. Gremlins in the system, guys. I swear. It's crazy. I don't think we'll be able to listen to music or at least have it play through YouTube because I don't trust YouTube anymore. At all. The live stream's been going for almost 20 minutes. We're just at the 17-minute mark now. Well, on the plus side, you didn't run into Jason, or Jason didn't run into me. Yeah, that's very true. We're going to be bringing this up every now and then. I'm just going to bring it up now that there's a few more people here. Oops, the wrong thing. Really advertising my commission price. Why did you not transition properly? Fade. There we go. Advertising the fact that I am open for commissions. I do a whole bunch of stuff. I do anthro, human, pony stuff, and pet portraits. Well, there's just dogs there. I do cats and horses and lizards and all kinds of other stuff. If you wish to place an order, you can contact me via my Instagram or my Blue Sky. I no longer post anything on Twitter. So the account, the Twitter account is still up, but I no longer post on there, and I no longer check messages on there either. So, or rather, I don't reply to any. So if you want to contact me about that, you can do so via my Blue Sky or Instagram. Persona Pride 845. Hey there, are you open for custom headshots? The custom headshots are currently $25. Your drawing outline looks great, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really needed to hear that, actually, because I've worked really hard on my line work to make it consistent and confident, while also, like, trying to keep it fairly subtle as well. So it's not, I don't know, just, there's a certain line style that I like. I like it, fairly thin and angular, but like some of my older stuff, it has a more softer approach, and I actually really like the hard sharpness of the way I'm drawing line work now. So okay, so let's get rid of this. We are working on a commission of, oops, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Brike kind of gives me a cartoon mix of Gaelic, Chinese, and Egyptian. Okay. That's interesting that you get that from it. I've been studying a lot of like Chuck Jones and Gerald Scarfe line work and a lot of stuff like Don Bluth or Disney the earlier era around like you know the animation style in Mary Poppins and all that like before all of the it was just before the Xerox era even where it was like Milt Call kind of line work and where the horses especially were really angular in their face shapes. They had a lot of that in like Sleeping Beauty. That was where it kind of started to be more visible. Disney was going away from the more Germanic expressionism and moving more into a very Americano kind of Art Deco kind of vibe. And I really like that. That really appeals to me. So I'm just trying to go with that vibe. If I see something I find appealing, I'm like, hey, let's see if I can emulate that in my own work. So that's what we're doing today. Well, it would help if I was in the right layer. New layer, please. There we go. Let's bring this down a little bit more. What? Oh, goodness. Nope, don't like that. Oh, Aggression Racelander. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh, shoot, that came out wrong. Hand-drawn animation. Like, the 50s, 60s era, I mean, hand-drawn animation can refer to literally anything. Can you be more specific? Because like there's genres and subgenres within that in regards to the art style. It's a animation medium, but like the actual visual style will mirror an art movement. Disney especially went through a lot of shifts in that regard, especially in the 50s. So far so good, just got off my shift and then got this notification and decided to pop in and see what magic you were cooking up. You gave me a DM on Instagram. Thank you. I will check that. And I will contact you after my stream is finished in a few hours. I'm just going to double check that I got the message because sometimes Instagram's messaging system is not the best. So let me check. General, primary, general request. There it is. There we go. Alright. Let me reply to that just now, actually. Okay. Hang tight, guys. There we go. All right. And we can talk about that once I've ended the stream. I just wanted to acknowledge that I got the message, so there we go. Click. Speaking of Disney, did you hear that Disney is reverting back to 2D art styles with an animator teaching the new ones the art style? Like, when you say art style, Disney has more than one art style. They have, depending on the era you're talking about. I know that Disney itself is trying to revert back to 2D art styles. However, I mean, like hand-drawn art style. Again, that's kind of a blanket statement for a lot of different styles. So, because hand-drawn animation is not a style, it's a medium that can reflect any art style. Does that make more sense? So, like, for instance, like in the early Disney era, the animation was, the animation art style was German expressionism, and then later on it moved into a more like Art Deco kind of style when it comes to like Sleeping Beauty. Or well, Bambi, however, had a very like minimal Japanese feel to it in comparison to the earlier Disney stuff where it was trying to put as much detail into everything as much as possible, whereas Bambi was much more minimal in its visual telling. So then later on in the 90s you've got Aladdin, which was mirroring some Al Hirschfeld vibes, so it was leaning more into caricature. And then later on it's like it's an ever evolving thing. I'm not sure what you would call the current Disney style. A lot of the Disney movies, they all have the same style language now. There's not an awful lot of variation in regards to its style anymore. They all look the same. Whereas when you've got like Sony Pictures Animation or DreamWorks, every movie has a different visual art style. Does that make sense? That's a bit too... There we go. That's better. Nope, that's not how that works. Oh, it is Pi Day! It is Pi Day. Okay. That makes me happy. Although, actually, no. It makes me sad because I don't have pie. I can't have pie, though. I am gluten-free and dairy-free. And everything that's gluten-free and dairy-free, apparently, is not allowed to have flavor. Have you guys tasted gluten-free bread? It's like eating cardboard. It's just, ugh. It's so boring. Currently getting a 7-Eleven pizza for $3.14. Nice. Literally getting pie for pie. Was that the joke? Are you actually getting pizza? Or were you just making a joke? Either way, it's a funny joke. Okay, I had the swirl on the horn going the other way, but I'm going to try it this way to see if I prefer it that way. I get what you're saying, and I think I mean like the more expressive ones, like the ones from the Renaissance era of Disney, like The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, and Lilo and Stitch. Oh my goodness, there's a big time jump between Beauty and the Beast and Lilo and Stitch, but yeah. Lilo and Stitch was, like, all of the backgrounds were actual watercolor paintings. Whereas Beauty and the Beast and Lion King. Oh no, Lion King was traditionally hand drawn animation, like pencil on paper. I think. Wait, was Beauty and the Beast as well? No, the first one that used caps was Rescuers Down Under, wasn't it? Okay. Obviously, there was Beauty and the Beast and Lion King. They both used a lot of CGI, especially like in the background planes and the wildebeest during the stampede scene, or the ballroom scene in Beauty and the Beast, and the carriage that took Maurice back to the village. Saltless crackers, yeah. Ugh. Well, I mean, I can have saltless crackers, like if they're gluten free, they're fine. But they're so boring. I tried them. I'm like, nope, not fun. You know the things that I can have. I can have. I can still have. There's certain chips I can have. And I had a lot of veggie snacks recently, so this time when we went to the store, I just got regular salt and vinegar chips and some white cheddar popcorn. And as long as I have a lactate before I eat the popcorn, it's fine. But I have to be really strict with it now because I have GERD and BAV, so I have to be very careful with what I eat now, which is not fun. I want pie, guys. Ugh. You're all talking about food. I want pie. Okay. There we go. I don't have a lot of pies. It needs to be pumpkin pie season. Oh, pumpkin pie. I had a really nice spicy pumpkin soup a few years ago. I still remember that. It was homemade by a friend of mine. It was so damn good. That was when I lived in Scotland. There we go. Okay. Let's close that down. It is delicious. Okay, there's that. Go back. It's an observation I'm making that even I have had my Blue Sky account for almost 2 years. I don't think I've ever received an actual message through Blue Sky. Is their messaging system like, does it not work, or do people just not use it? Is there any time I get a message about a commission, it's via my Instagram or email? Blue Sky doesn't seem to have a great PM system. People just don't use it. Okay. Pizza acquired. Oddly enough, I've yet to receive a notification for those either. Yeah, as much as I can't stand Twitter, at least I was able to get messages on there until the bots flooded the DMs with spam and making it unusable. Wait, can I just make that line flow all the time? Yes, I can. Okay. So, here we go. It's a little bit off, but it's fine. Oops. Nope. There. Reminds me of one pizza place I'd love to go back to. That one does have gluten and dairy-free options there. Dell's Pizza Lab. Um, I know that Domino's Pizza does gluten-free, and I don't really eat pizza all that much, but so far, well, actually, no, there's a lie. That's a lie. I was going to say that that was the only decent gluten-free pizza I've had. That is a lie, because I went to a really nice gluten-free place in Seattle, and I can't remember the name of the place, unfortunately. It was just a random pizza place that a bunch of us went to down the street from the convention hotel. And, I mean, sadly, I had to get the pizza to go because I had to get back to the hotel for a panel I was doing. But the pizza was so damn good. It was really good. And a lot of the times, the gluten-free pizzas just don't really taste great. Or you're not allowed, like, they'll have the gluten-free pizza also be the vegetarian pizza as well. So the gluten-free pizza never comes with any meat, which is really annoying. But this one did, and oh, you could obviously have it vegan, but oh, it was so good. They make it so that every time Spambots message people, they have to play the spam song from the Monty Python skit, though that probably be annoying. Spam, 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 spam. Shut up! Bloody Vikings. Any favourite pizza toppings? I like pepperoni. And, cheese. And some bacon bits. And, I like spinach on my pizza as well. I know that's really gross, but I like it. Oh, mushrooms. Mushrooms are of the devil. Ugh. I don't like mushrooms at all. A lot of people do like pineapple on their pizza. I know that that's a recurring question, but it's good. I mean, like, you get cheese with peach and apple bits in it and other stuff, and obviously pineapple, and they make really good combinations. So putting it on a pizza is no different to me than that. Like, eat what you like. Who cares? Like, seriously, if it makes you happy, then fine. So I have to be careful about what I eat because of allergies. I'm not gluten-free by choice. I don't think I'd ever be able to be vegan, though. Maddie's small enough to live in a mushroom, though. I will take your pizza away. I will remove your mod privileges. I made you, and I can break you just as easily. Don't make the Maddie mad. Oh, a few of you have seen me proper mad. Oh, we like a Pinkie Pie joke. Pinkie Pie is best pony. Fight me. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Help. Dell's Pizza Lab, it has a single base price and only certain ingredients will increase the price. Yeah, that makes sense. Ugh. I find it depends on how you cook the mushrooms. I like eating mushrooms raw and cooked, but if you cook them wrong, they taste nasty. No, just mushrooms in general, whether they're cooked or raw, no, I can't do it. They make me gag. The same with eel. No, I can't do it. I had eel on sushi once, and it just made me gag immediately. Just no. Can't do it. Oops. Ah, damn it. It's not on a... The eel wasn't on pizza. It was on sushi. Although, like, people put anchovies on pizza. You can get a tuna pizza, so putting eel on a pizza is not that much different. I mean, you can get chocolate pizza, for God's sake. You can put anything on a pizza. Just don't put mushrooms on it. Because mushrooms are of the devil. I know we were jumping between like food stuff, so I didn't clarify enough for, like, I meant well, I didn't say it was on sushi. My bad. Oh no, how dare you mishear me? Hey, like what you like. You know, I know I joke around about mushrooms being of the devil, but I really don't care. It's just like, I won't eat it, but if other people eat it, I'm not going to stop them. You know? Ugh. Okay. You are not a devilish person. Blech. The upcharge is there. Fresh mozzarella +1. Vegan cheese +2. Anchovies +3. Gluten-free and or cauliflower crust. Ugh, no thank you. +3. Besides that, you can have all other 37 ingredients on a single pizza, and it would... Okay. Any case, a big barbecue sauce pizza. Oh, yes! I 100% agree with that. Barbecue sauce as a base is fantastic. As long as it doesn't have beef in it. Because I can't have red meat. And sadly, a lot of barbecue sauces do have traces of meat in them. Beef. So, I'm like, great. Peeps as in the candy? I mean, if it's a dessert pizza, then okay. I mean, why not? I mean, dessert pizza is basically cake, but yeah. I don't like Peeps. There's too much sugar in them. I'm not much of a sweet tooth. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, guys. Yeah, apparently people put Peeps on pizza, and I mean, why not? Don't knock it till you try it, I guess. Here's a dessert pizza for you. Cookie crust, chocolate sauce, frosting on that to act as the cheese with M&Ms for topping. That just sounds like diabetes on a plate. No, thank you. I really gotta go blow my nose. My allergies are going insane today. Spring has officially arrived. You know how I know? I'm allergic to the air. Everything in the air. and the grass outside has been cut. So there's grass pollen everywhere. And cedar trees, you know, stuff in the air. I'm just allergic to everything, it seems. I'm allergic to dairy, I'm allergic to gluten, and I'm allergic to air. So, fun times. It does sound like a cookie cake. And if I had more of a sweet tooth, I would probably try it. But I know I can only handle a couple of mouthfuls of anything sweet. After that, I just... Ugh. I'm allergic to life. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, technically, everyone's allergic to life because we all die eventually. But... But yes, I am allergic to life. I'm a little vampire. Well, I do somehow manage to get sunburn in March, so... Mother Nature can't make up her mind here. 2 weeks ago, she had close to highs near 80, and now we're back down to winter temperatures. I know, it's like, hey, it's spring, yay! And then yesterday, I looked out the window and there was frost everywhere. And I'm like, not just frozen dew, but actual frost. I feel you could get sunburn in December some days. Well, yeah, I mean, winter sun can also burn. You get around a lot. I knew you would say that, Frost. Okay, I think that looks good for now. Well, no, you need more detail on the flowers. Okay, yeah. I opened the door. Well, you didn't have to walk through it. You have... God gave you free will. You don't have to walk through the door when someone opens it. You can just say, nope, I'm not going to do that. I am going to resist temptation. No thanks, I choose life. Oh my goodness. Wow. And ignore the opportunity to mess with friends? Pass. Okay, I respect that. I do respect that you don't pass up the opportunity to, like, drive your friends crazy. Like, get caught being kind. Like, the best kind of pranks you can play on your friends is, like, giving them validation where they don't expect it. What are your thoughts on this sauce base for pizza? Extra virgin olive oil. Well, that's just like if you have bread and people put olive oil on it. There's no real difference. I mean, it's different if you're going to have it swimming in it. I mean, that just makes it all soggy and gross. But I don't see that as a weird thing. Now, what I don't like is, like... Okay, I went to the hot bar and got some food, obviously. And they had sweet corn. And I was like, ooh, sweet corn, yay! And I got it home and it just tasted nothing but butter. And me forgetting that Americans put butter on everything. But it was like so overpowering. It was just, all I could taste was the butter. And it was like they drained all the sweet corn of all the brine, and like if it was off of the cob, they would just roll the cob in butter and then take all of the corn off the cob, and then that's their sweet corn. I'm like, how can you eat sweet corn like that? The brine itself is fine. So yeah, I was not happy. Why do you have to ruin everything? America, you don't know how to do food. Everything has too much preservatives in it. And I understand why. You are a continent. You need to preserve. The shelf life of your food needs to last longer. I get that, but come on. We put everything on butter. Well, yeah. Apparently you do. Why? Please tell me why. It just ruins everything. Because butter is delicious. Ugh. It can be, but if you use too much of it, ugh. Like whoever made the sweet corn for the hot bar, I'm like, did you have the sweet corn swim in it? Like, it was gross. It's like when you get food and it's just all you taste is grease. I don't like that either. No, I'm not going to read the second half because you know how I feel about validation. It's my kryptonite. I can ignore it if I want to. Time to throw in this quote for how much I love Maddie platonically. You're braver than you believe and stronger than you seem and smarter than you think and loved more than you know. Thank you. Gee, thank you. I really needed to hear that today. See? I'm getting better at accepting validation. Not if chat makes a wall of compliments. Okay, don't, I don't want it everywhere. You're gonna make me paranoid. I'm gonna keep looking up and being like, is the validation sign above my head again? I'm gonna have an image, like, show up on my live stream every now and then that says, give me compliments! Or have Mary Sue hold up a sign, give her compliments. There, then you will have a time to do it, and then when it's not up, then you stop. Then you tell me mean things. Cue the spam song. Spam the compliments. No, don't spam the compliments. No. Don't do that. Okay. You'll have to wait until one of our friends starts giggling like crazy for no reason. Then you can look for the sign. Okay, so the photograph, there's one of the photographs I have from HarmonyCon where you can see the sign above my head and Dr. Wolf is sitting next to me and he's got the evilest grin on his face. Like he's basically like, hey, I'm in on the joke. I'm like, betrayal. Okay, the line work for this guy is pretty much done, I think. So now... Well, actually, no, it's not, because I need to add the... If I bring up the reference, and you zoom in, there's all these little white spots everywhere. And then, well, I've done the patterns in the leaves, but all these little dots here, I need to add those. And then all these streak marks here too. Streak marks. These marks on the tail. Who do you think is a bigger prankster out of all your friends you've met? Prankster. Right now, it's Wastelander. I don't think anything has topped the validation sign yet. I mean, like, pranking is not the same as surprising. If I would say a friend that was, you know, the one that would surprise people often enough, that would definitely be Doc. But surprising friends is not the same as pranking them. Oh yeah, since it's Pie Day, I should draw Doc in a pizza delivery outfit again. Do it. He used to deliver pizzas. Most of you know that. Okay. Wait, are they on the wings as well? They are. Look, see? They are. Doc, like as in Dr. Wolf. Yes. That's why I drew the original one in the first place. Mm-hmm. I remember. Save your progress, kids. Oh wait, I haven't put all of the details in the leaves yet. Okay, do that. It's not, oops, it's not exactly like this in the image, but I'm going with this anyway. I do want to do more drawings of all the MLP people I know, working on some stuff for others, but I'm having a hard time coming up with good prompts. Well, since it's Pie Day today, you can have them, like, eating pizza. That's fun. Excuse me. Or delivering pizza. Or eating pie, like actual pie, not pizza. Pizza is technically is a pie, but pedantics. Well, that's not great, but whatever. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, have I got all the leaves now? I think I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Now we can add all the dots, and how I'm going to do that is I am going to do a thing that makes the spacing of the brush pan out wide and make the brush a circle again. And the dots are white, but because I'm doing this as let me start over. I'm putting these in black, and then I will make them white later. That's why they're on a separate layer. Let me double check they are. Yes, they are. Okay. Let's see how big these are. Well, let's not do it that way. That's too big. Okay. Make them small. Never deliver pizza. Okay. I did miss a leaf. Look at that. Oh well. Oh, a leaf. Oh, it might attack me. Oh, it's a scary tree. I'm afraid. I've done 4 things with Jasper, but I'd still like to do something different for the others. Since I've only done one drawing for you, if you don't remember, it was you hugging my C.OC. I sadly don't remember that. You can send it to me again to jog my memory. I am an old woman. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, or even if I had breakfast this morning. So, sorry, I don't remember that, but remind me. Much appreciated. I always appreciate being sent art. Fine. I always appreciate receiving fan art. There we go. I can English. Me fail English? That's impossible. Did you have breakfast this morning? Yes, I had cereal. Gluten-free Cheerios, to be specific. Which are surprisingly very yummy. That's my go-to cereal now. Okay, then you've got dots on the wings as well. Wait, was it? Yes, dots on the wings. They are. It's the tail that doesn't have the wings. It's the tail that doesn't have the dots. There we go. My god. Maddie, I would like to introduce you to a wonderful person named Oxford. They have a book that you should read. It's called a dictionary. Lunch? I have not had lunch yet. Wait. Yes, I did. I had lunch when I got back from the store earlier. I had some chicken. I really wanted to meet some of the MLP content creators in person one day. I've already met some of the Power Rangers actors and that was incredible. I hope I get some experience in MLP cons. I haven't been to any yet. That depends on who you want to meet. Like, if you want to... the bigger conventions, the bigger MLP conventions like Everfree in Seattle, I highly recommend going to that one. I've attempted that one once. I have applied for this year, but it's very unlikely that I'll go because the transport, flying from Charlotte to Seattle costs the same as a trip to London, and I just can't justify paying that. So yeah, but I've applied, so let's see what happens. You never know. They have pretty decent guests. Ever met any of the MLP VAs? Yes, I've met Andrea Libman and Tabitha St. Germain. I don't want to meet Tara Strong. So yeah, that's the thing. And technically not a VA, but I did meet Lauren Faust. Other VAs I've met that aren't in MLP, I met Richard Horvitz, who is awesome, by the way. Just a ball of energy, though. My god. Richard Horvitz, who do they voice? Probably most of you will know him more as Invader Zim or Moxie from Hell of a Boss. But he's done a whole bunch of stuff. Billy from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. That was where I first discovered him, and then I discovered Invader Zim. I love Invader Zim. Oh yeah, you know the funny thing that happened when I met him, though? Was that I was in line to meet him at GalaxyCon in Raleigh, North Carolina, and there was... I mean, the line was decently long, but I don't think I was in the line for longer than an hour. Which is pretty decent. But there was 3 people in front of me, and basically what happened is one of them, they were kind of dressed like in Moxie and Millie thing, and their friend talked to Richard Horvitz first, and got a picture with him, and had a chat with him, and then when the next 2 people went up, Richard Horvitz basically said, "Oh, is this your Millie? When are you going to make an honest woman out of her?" And then the guy drops to his knee and proposes to her. This happened right in front of me. I screamed. So that was awesome, seeing a proposal. So then when I got in front of the line, I didn't even say hi to Richard Horvitz at first. I just said, "Are you okay? Do you need a minute?" That was a lot to deal with. And he's like, no, I'm fine. Hi, how are you doing? Oh my god, you're Scottish. Wait. And then he'd slipped into doing a Scottish accent. It was great. That was definitely a highlight. Tabitha St. Germain, I met her at HarmonyCon. Wait, I've met Ellie Ray as well. Very briefly. She was basically running past my table at one of the conventions I was doing. But it's very difficult to pin her down for longer than 2 seconds. She is definitely the Pinkie Pie of the MLP VAs. Andrea Lippman was actually kind of quiet. Maybe I just had an off moment with her. I don't know, but she just seemed kind of quiet, and that's perfectly fine. But Tabitha was great. I've been wanting to meet her for a long time. I finally got to meet her this year, so that was definitely worth the wait. I wasn't in line very long, maybe an hour, so not too bad. Okay, then the main, let's see. Have you got... Oh no, you don't. Okay, you've got spots there too. Okay. I am seeing spots on the hair. The hair, the eyes, anything. Pick a feature. Okay, then on the actual tail itself, you've got just little streaks there. So we're just going to do that by hand. I'm not going to make a special brush for that. Kathleen Barr. No, I haven't met Kathleen Barr. Did Death Battle get the show VAs for the pony episodes? I doubt it, but I don't remember. I don't think so. I mean, to be fair, it would be more appropriate to give smaller independent VAs the work than try to get the official VAs, in my personal opinion. But, you know, if they can get them, then great, but smaller VAs deserve the support more, I think. It would make sense for them all to be independent VAs. Okay, the line work for this commission is done. Fun times. Oh, my filing system is awful. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Just replying to a message on Instagram. Okay, promoting it this way seems to work fine. Awesome sauce. Okay. If you watch the Pinkie Pie versus Deadpool, there's a moment where you hear the person they got to voice Pinkie Pie add a clip from the show. There's a huge difference in the voices. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not AFK. I was just responding to a message. Every now and then, I'll get distracted by social media. So, my bad. It's the tism. Okay. I was surprised that Kathleen, was part of my childhood. She's not only Queen Chrysalis, but also Karen from Ed, Ed and Eddie, and Gillerim from Hot Wheels Accelerators. Okay. They don't have a credit for who voices Rainbow Dash, and that sucks. I mean, there is the possibility that maybe they didn't want to be credited. That is often a thing. But usually they still put character voiced as and then put uncredited in brackets. That's usually what happens if someone says I don't want to be credited for it. It might, sometimes it's because they're a minor, that can happen, or they just simply don't want the credit. Social media messages are the online version of squirrel moments. I agree 100% with that. Yes. Let me send this to the client. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm doing so many multiple things at once, and I'm aware it's coming up to 3 in the afternoon, so I need to stop to take my meds and get something to eat. So I'm going to go do that. Well, I say meds. They're technically not my meds. They're just dietary supplements, but I have to remember to take them at certain times of day because I've had to change my diet like very suddenly. And if I don't keep it up, then I have a very bad energy crash. And I'm also trying to give up vaping as well, which that's hard. Let's see. Although when I was at HarmonyCon, I only went outside for a vape once. So I consider that a win. There we go. Alright, wait for that. Excuse me. That episode is pretty old, so maybe they didn't think to do that. Maybe? It's still not cool, though. Glad you're giving up vaping, Maddie. From the sound of it, you're on the right track, too. Well, I kind of have to, because I've you know, BAV is a thing. So, yeah. I'm just trying to look after myself better. I'm getting older, so... When I still enjoy it every now and then, I mean, I've had to stop a lot of things I enjoy. I also can't have caffeine anymore, so I've had to stop coffee and tea. So, yeah, it's like, can I enjoy one thing? And I don't drink alcohol at all. I stopped drinking alcohol like 6 years ago. I'm pretty proud of that, how that's come out. I'm happy with that. Peppermint! Hello. Hugs for you. Okay. Oh, 1 second, just responding to an Instagram message. Probably do that for... Just a reminder for folks that the commissions that I'm offering are for the digital files. If you're wanting them printed out, there is an additional cost to that. I don't really like doing that though. I prefer to do it in person. If like picking up at a convention or whatever, if I do print them out, I don't like mailing stuff because I've had stuff stolen or damaged through doing transit, and I'd rather handle it myself at every step. These are bespoke art things, so the mailing service, especially in this country, sucks. It's very unfortunate, but that's one of the reasons why I don't sell stuff online. I've had too many things get damaged, and too many people try to scam me or claim that something was damaged after it arrived, when I'm like, sadly, we can't prove if you damaged it after you opened it, so there is that as well. So it's unfortunate, but that's just how I have to do things. Any Hoovers. One episode where two characters voiced by Tara. Ugh. Raven and Twilight would be a really interesting fight, but obviously don't get Tara Strong to voice them. Get someone else. Get an independent voice actor. Sorry. Yeah, I am not a fan of Tara Strong. I admire her voice work. She is a good voice actress, but I do not like her as a person. That's just my personal opinion. So yeah, their attitude toward the AI, it's like she has no problem with AI generated images, but when it was AI generated voices, she had a problem with it, and I was like, so it's only a problem when it affects you. I get it. Okay. Yeah, someone that works in the animation industry should know better. Anyway, that's my little two piece in there. Apparently in DB they're voiced by the one actress, Kira Buckland. Okay. I'm sure she's a wonderful person. I just don't really agree with her work ethic when it comes to her opinions on AI. Okay. What are we working on next? That episode was 8 years ago. Where is time going, guys? Like, where's it going? Can it come back, please? Like, guys, I turned 40 this year. What? Where did my 30s go? Excuse me. Can I have those years back, please? But yeah, that's 3 o'clock, so I'm gonna go for a break, get some food, and I'll be back in about, I don't know, 15 minutes maybe? Something like that. Let's see, do I have a... Where's my break image? Do I not have a break image anymore? Where'd that go? No, where'd it go? Break time. Break? I don't have break time anymore? No! That's dumb. Yes, it is in there somewhere. Where is it? Come on. I can't read my own writing. There it is. Okay. I couldn't see it. I have too many sources on my OBS. There. Break time, BRB. Alrighty, we are back. I have had lunch. I am fed. I am energized. I got recharged by food. Yes. Happy times. All right. So this one we're going to call... Well, I've just sent an update to the client for that one, so we'll move on to another one. Why is Vegas Pro suddenly opening? I didn't ask you to do that. Close. Nope. We will be video editing later. We are not doing that now. We are live streaming. Would that be something people would be interested in doing though? Like, if I live stream while I'm video editing? And it's kind of difficult to do that though, because you have to listen to the audio and then talk while you're editing. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I mean, I'm more than willing to try. Not right now, but, you know. I think personally I'd rather not do that. I find that I have to have a level of concentration in order to get video edits done quickly, and I feel like if I'm live streaming that I won't be able to hold my focus long enough to get much progress made on a video. Do what I'm talking about. Live streaming while I'm editing a video. I don't know if this snout's a bit too long. I'm just gonna move this over a little bit. Yes, okay, fine. A belly full of pizza. That's a little bit better. It's not great, but I can live with it. Pizza, pizza. No, let's try that again. No, I don't like that. It's... I've screwed up the face. It is a cotton candy nose blep. Blep. Mary Sue cotton candy horse. Oh, goodness. I did not mean to do that. Shoot. Alright. Okay, one moment. I need to send an invoice. I'm catching up on an email I just got. So we've had some issues on our complex regarding off-leash dogs. So yeah, I had to bring this up because we have a service dog. So seeing off-leash dogs is not great, especially on the complex where it says all dogs must be on leash at all times. But people are being dumb and irresponsible. So that's fun. But ESAs are not service animals, but okay, whatever. Okay. Better than nothing. Alright, circling back to what we're actually doing. Step back for a second, but I just wanted to ask if you got my email regarding the fan art I did for you. I did. I haven't looked at it just yet because I'm in the process of sending an invoice to someone that wants to place an order. I will get to that later. Where's my stuff? And then I got distracted by an email I got from my landlord, so there is that. Okay. Dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. We're dealing with multiple things at once. It's fun. Okay. Let's do it this way. Let's send out all the invoices when we're not live streaming. Alright. I read some service dogs because of what they do are required to be off leash. Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, I am not a dog trainer. I'm not qualified, rather, but I do work alongside a lot of dog trainers. And we are around service dogs a lot. And so a lot of them are psychiatric, some of them are medical alert, some of them are mobility assistance. And yes, you are right that some service dogs are required to be off leash. That's usually because they're medical alert. Medical alert dogs are trained to be off leash because if they are leashed and the person that they're helping happens to have some kind of seizure or medical episode, etc., if the leash can often interfere with their tasking, so that's why they are required to be off leash. So by law, under federal law, medical alert dogs do not have to be on leash when out in public. However, if you're living on an apartment complex where it says all dogs must be on leash at all times, that is usually referring to pets. That doesn't necessarily apply to service animals because obviously federal law trumps company policies. But, you know, it's just common sense, really. For if you have a dog, you need to be a responsible dog owner, and we've observed people not being responsible, and as someone that has a service dog, that is very concerning. So I had to raise that with my landlord twice this week. So It's not fun, but it's something I really don't want to be a Karen about this kind of stuff. But when it's putting our service dog and, frankly, other dogs and children at risk, it needs to be addressed. So, I'm just trying to look out for my family as well as other people that may be at risk from people not being responsible with their dogs. So there we go. Anyway, let's get back to this. I am trying to fix Mary's face because although usually she has the best face ever, this current face is not. So I am trying to fix it. And I don't really draw Alicorn Mary very often these days, so we're just trying to fix her face. There we go. That's much better. There she is. Now you look more like Mary. Instead of generic pony number 10. It's Mary Sue. She's always perfect. She tries. What more can you ask for? That's where the horn should be. It should be further over than that. It's Mary Sue. She does the electric boogaloo dance. It's one thing that I like is to imply that one of Mary's favorite things to do is dance. I'm just not an animator. I've drawn her dancing a few times, but it's something that Maddie cannot do. I cannot dance to save my life. In spite of being a musician, I have no rhythm physically. So, but that is also due to the BAV. So, yeah, physically speaking, I don't have an awful lot of energy. So it's something I would love to be able to do, but I can't. Oh, everyone always has the one thing that they would love to be able to do. I can play the ukulele, the guitar, and the keyboard. Although I don't currently have any instruments in my apartment. I haven't really touched an instrument for about 5 years, for 6 years now. So, yeah, it's something I keep circling back to that I need to do, but it takes a lot. There's reasons that I haven't really picked up an instrument for a long time. My sister passed away about 6 years ago, and we used to jam together all the time. Like, she would be the one that I would practice with. So, it's hard. Okay, so there is a lot wrong with this, like, anatomically speaking, so we're just trying to fix it. Three, four. I always try to give like 4 preliminaries for the wings, but sometimes I do 5. I could see her in a rhinestone outfit like Dolly Parton. That would be a fun challenge, wouldn't it? Yeah, she passed away about 6 years ago. It's not really something I talk about all that much. Oops. Wow. Oh, I need to replace the pen nib in my stylus soon. That's what that noise was. I have spare ones somewhere. And in this drawing, she's going to have her cutie mark on show, which doesn't really happen. Nope. Especially when I can't draw. Mary Sue's cutie mark is a big heart with a little heart next to it, because she is the personification of self-love. Not narcissism or vanity, but self-love. Well, that works. This line right here does not. This line, I don't like this line. Let's fix that. It needs to be further in. Like here. That works. Unless we not forget her horn. Depending on what art pieces you've seen from me, Mary's cutie mark has been on show before in other drawings. We haven't seen her cutie mark in a video. How am I doing today? I am alive. I am present. Yesterday was cursed. Today is a new day, so here's hoping that we will no longer be cursed. She ran into Poison Joke, so she lost her horn. If Mary ran into Poison Joke, the joke wouldn't affect her. Did you ever try to do animation? I did. I tried to do an animation course several years ago, and that's where I learned I don't have the patience for it. So, nope, I am not an animator, but I love art. I love art history. I love the psychology behind it. I love the philosophy behind art. Animation, I love, but the actual practice of it is definitely not for me. I would like to tell stories via, like, if I'm doing storybooks or whatever. And, like, the closest I've... Oh my god, I can't draw her horn. The closest that I've come... There we go. To actual animation would be, like, the PNG poses I have in my videos. And that's just basically different drawings with slight changes in between. I wouldn't really call that animation. I mean, you can take multiple hours for just a few seconds. It can take days. Not hours, but just for a few seconds, depending on what's happening in those few seconds. Because you think about it, like 1 second on screen, if you're going for, like, traditional hand-drawn animation, is 24 frames a second. So that's 24 drawings a second. That doesn't include all of the smear frames and all that kind of stuff, or the in-betweens. There is a lot. It's why animation takes a long time. And then if you're going for twos, like Spider-Verse is, then that's like 12 frames a second. But then you're going for a lot more dynamism with that style. With that animation, it's reduced. That's what most anime is in that style. It's animated on twos instead of fours. So, like, instead of 24 frames a second, anime is usually 12 frames a second. That's why in a lot of anime, when you're looking at one pose and the only thing that's moving is their mouth. There's certain animes that go that route purely to save money and time. But then you go to the extreme, like anime really works in action scenes. So yeah. Anyway, the writer in me would say that if she was somehow affected by Poison Joke, she'd just become average. So everything she does is just average instead of perfect. Well, that would be what we would call a paradox. Does anyone remember the show? Well, there was a movie, The Mask. There was a cartoon series about it as well. And there was a character in it that was like a Gollum kind of character. And I don't mean Gollum like Lord of the Rings Gollum. I mean Gollum as in the creature. It's like a statue come to life Gollum. So this character is based on that, and he managed to get hold of the mask, puts it on his face, nothing happens. Why did nothing happen? Why didn't he change? Because the mask turns you into who you want to be. It gets rid of all of your insecurities, all your inhibitants, everything like that, which is why Stanley becomes the mask. He becomes the character, he becomes like this zoot suit gangster type guy, like inspired by Tex Avery cartoons, because that's what he was obsessed with. He wanted to be this confident gangster type, so that's who he turned into when he wore the mask. Whereas the bad guy in the movie turned into like a hardcore New York gangster who was able to swallow bullets and fire them back. He wanted to be that kind of thing. The Golem put the mask on and nothing happened. Why? Because he was already who he wanted to be. He was comfortable in himself already. And I feel like if, the same instance would happen with Mary, the poison joke would not affect her. She's already a joke. She is literally a running joke, like, personified. So, like, she doesn't really have a lesson to learn. So therefore, it wouldn't affect her that way. Does that make sense? Hey, question, do you like horror movies? And if so, did you see the movie that Markiplier made, being Iron Lung? I have not seen Iron Lung. I really want to support independent filmmaking, especially Markiplier, but I have not seen it because cinema trips are really expensive, so I can't justify paying that money, sadly, right now, anyway. What would happen if Deadpool put the mask on? Well, he's already a fourth wall breaking character, so I don't think that would work on him either. Deadpool is a little bit of a story breaking character in his own right, but that's how he was written. So, no, I don't think anything would happen there. I mean, Deadpool has his own insecurities. He's a very insecure character, but it's like the whole purpose of Deadpool was to literally break the fourth wall. And that's, if you introduce the mask into that aspect, I don't think it would make any sense. The whole reason why Stanley Ipkiss, like when he put the mask on, he's spouting all these one-liners from movies, it's because Stanley was obsessed with movies, so all of these movie quotes he was spouting them all when he was wearing the mask. Yes, that's kind of fourth wall breaking, but it's also reflecting his character, not just as the mask, but as Stanley. So, with Deadpool, he's already wired that way, so putting the mask on wouldn't do anything. He's already comfortable in his own skin. Like, he's content being who he is. Is he perfect? Absolutely not, but, There we go. This leg can hide behind there. That's fine. This wing does not match up with this one. How am I going to fix that? We can move it up, I guess. excuse me, we are working on commissions today. We are advertising for said commissions as well. So let me bring this up again. Commission price list. Here we go. We are offering custom commissions throughout March and into April. We're doing the headshot commissions, as you just saw. Then we're doing the pet portraits as well. Flat color portrait, texture color portrait, or textured full color. Back to headshot again. And it will show the full body commissions shortly, hopefully. Why is it not doing that? Wait, let me check the properties. Did you lose one of them? No, you didn't. Okay. Why are you only showing 2? There it is. Okay. That was weird. The full color commissions. Let's hide this and see if I can bring it up here. Price this one. There we go. Let's bring this down so we can see it, because the slideshow has decided to be stupid. Okay. The flat color sketch commissions start at 40, then shaded sketch is 80, texture drawing is 100, and then background piece is 200. If you wish to order a commission, you can contact me on my Instagram or my Blue Sky. You can find links to those in the description below. I know Blue Sky is not, like, the messaging system on Blue Sky is admittedly not great, but I'm no longer using Twitter, so that's why I'm showing that instead. So feel free to follow me on there, but if you want to contact me, I do recommend using Instagram instead of Blue Sky. Or you can email me directly. My email address is also on screen. One thing I hate about early spring, all of the spam callers as it's tax season. Yippee. Yeah, yippee, tax season. Gotta love it. You know, in almost every other country in the world, all of that stuff is done for you. Yeah, it's great. The Munchstagram. Munchstagram. I type so roughly. I have a mechanical keyboard and my mic is literally right above it, so you're going to hear all of that. But I like the sound and the tangibility of a mechanical keyboard. I don't like the modern keyboards you get. It's a gaming keyboard. It's a EVGA keyboard. I love it. I have another keyboard as well as a backup, which is also mechanical. So there's just something about the sound. It's just very satisfying that it's an actual button you're pressing instead of just like the modern buttons where you're tapping some the wires instead of an actual click. Madstagram. Madstagram is easier to say. Madstagram. Or Hellstagram if you're a Hell of a Boss fan. Hellstagram. It's so dumb. Hey, here's a dumb question, and maybe I'm being a bit too pedantic about that, but why did Octavia's Instagram work when she was in the human realm? My keyboard is a Crosshair brand gaming keyboard. Ooh, that's a good one. Is it a good keyboard? Yes. It's lasted, I've had this keyboard like 4 years. I've only had to change one of the buttons. Keeping it clean is a bit of a pain in the arse though. Only in the West do you have to do it manually. I live in Canada and it's not fun. I get super stressed out. I'm sorry to hear that. But at least once it's done, it's done. And if you keep up with it, then it's not too stressful. But yeah, if you're self-employed like I am, it can be very stressful. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm wagering they use magic to send and receive signal instead of mortal means. Well, I don't know, because it's obviously Hell of a Boss's World is very heavily reliant on technology. Therefore, like, the phones must be operated by some kind of satellite system. So you would have the towers to allow the signals to reach the satellite, just like in real world. But you wouldn't have the satellite for the Hellverse version of Instagram, like Hellstagram in the human realm. It would just be like, oh, she's lost. Why? Well, why didn't Stolas contact her on her phone then? If her phone was working, it's so dumb. Which that could translate to being good at joke. What? Okay. Mary, you're being a bit. Your hair is kind of annoying me right now. So your hair flips like this way. Did I catch the newest short? Yes. I have a love-hate relationship with Hello Boss and Hazbin Hotel, and I find it kind of funny that the Hell of a Boss shorts deliver what the pilot promised more than the actual show itself does. I really didn't like the recent short, though, I admit, because it confirms that mythical creatures exist in the human world now, and now the joke in that one was meant to be like one mythological creature is disproving the other one's existence or ignoring the other one's existence in spite of them like sharing the same space. I don't think that joke really landed. I don't think it was made clear enough. I don't know. It just annoyed me more than anything. But I mean, it is what it is. Here's a funny kind of question. How does this sound for a new B horror movie title? Pickled Zombies. Pickled Zombies. They managed to get signal between heaven and hell and Hazbin, and pretty sure Stolas just didn't think to do it because panicky dad. Okay, panicky dad. Like, the first thing you would think that he would do would be to contact her phone. Or someone else, like one of the other characters would be like, hey, let's contact her phone. You know? What's her phone number? Oh, the phones work in this realm. Like, let's use that. I mean, she's posting on Instagram. Luna's the first one to see it. Obviously, they're not close enough to have each other's numbers, but it's like, if she's following her already, I'm like, you somewhat know her, so would you not think, oh, we can track her phone? Like, if you're going to show that the show is somewhat reliant on technology, at least use it in solving some of the story issues. Maybe I should make a video about that. Or is that just a little bit too nitpicky? I mean, a lot of my analysis videos are very nitpicky, so what else would be new in that regard? We saw phone calls work in the first episode. Precisely. Yeah, it's... He's calling Blitz while he's in the human realm. Okay, admittedly, he doesn't know he's there, but we see that the phones work while in the human realm. Yeah. I'm all for world building. I'm all for rules when it comes to storytelling and sticking to the rules. And, like, yes, the shows are really popular, and I get that. And there are aspects of it that I enjoy and aspects of it that I don't. But there's just... It's kind of frustrating. Let's see. Oh, you're feeling kind of anxious? Let's see. I only have 8 weeks of school left, then summer, then I'm in 12th grade next year, and I graduate in 2027, and I only have 1 year of school left, and I'm not completely ready to fully grow. I'm not completely ready to fully grow up yet, and it's been making me feel anxious. Do you have any tips for me of how I'm feeling? Well, the phrase "I know how you feel" cannot be applied here, or should be applied in any conversation, because that is not something that any human being is able to do. However, what I can say is, in my own personal experience, when I graduated college, I was out of that little bubble I was in for 5 years, and when I came out of it, I did feel a little bit like a loose end. And yes, I was an adult by that point, but I was still like mentally, I still felt like a kid. I still felt like a dumb teenager that I didn't really know what I was doing with my life yet. Now I'm a lot older, and looking back, if I could just talk to my past self, I will tell them, look, it's going to be okay. So what I feel like I should tell you is, yes, you are young, and you still have a lot to learn about the world, and a lot to learn about yourself. So go easy on yourself and just enjoy where you are now. Don't be in such a rush to grow up, you know? Even though like school is ending, that doesn't necessarily mean you instantly become an adult the minute you finish high school. That is not how life works. I wish it was, but no, it's not. So honestly, just enjoy like where you are right now. Because I'll tell you something, I'm 40 this year. Time starts flying by so quickly. So, you know, just don't put so much pressure on yourself to grow up. That's what I'm trying to say. I wish I could fix it for you, but it's not something I'm qualified to do, and it's not something I'm able to do. So, but hopefully that will give you a step in the right direction to feel somewhat more in control of where you are right now. Okay, let's see. Don't be in such a hurry to understand how the world works. Make mistakes, that's what youth is for, after all. Well, making mistakes, we learn more from our mistakes than we do with our victories. You learn more from your failures than you do your winnings. So, it's making mistakes or failing at things is more important than winning or doing things perfectly immediately. So that's kind of the whole point of Mary. She is a character that doesn't really understand the value of accomplishment, because she's never had to struggle to learn anything. She's able to do everything perfect right away. That's the whole nature of being a Mary Sue character. I mean, like, you graduate in 2027. That's a whole year away. That's I know that may sound like that's really close, and it technically is. But when it comes to an academic year, that there's a lot more time, a lot more stuff happens within that time than you realize. And just take one day at a time, dude. That's the best advice I can give. Everyone's in such a rush to grow up, and you know, like my childhood, I didn't really get much of a chance to just be a child. I had to grow up quite quickly because of the environment I was in. And my parents are wonderful people, don't get me wrong, but I was indoctrinated big time as a child because you know, it was I grew up in a very religious household and had a very structured religious kind of environment. And so a lot of the times we were told how to think and what opinions to have on certain topics. And I broke away from that, and I went through a very rebellious phase, especially when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And then I started college, and that was when I started to really learn about the world outside of that bubble. So it's like I remember when I graduated college, and I spoke on this briefly, but I think it was 2010, and that was a couple of years before I started YouTube, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I had a qualification that I could get into teaching. I could get into doing art full time. I could, get into video game stuff. I could get into concept art. I could do literally anything, and that was the problem. I couldn't decide what I wanted to do. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and then eventually, it kind of just happened. I discovered analysis on YouTube that focused on animated stuff, and I was like, oh, I want to do that. And this was when I discovered people like Nostalgia Critic and Cinema Snob and all these kind of people. And back then, they pretty much they were a rare breed. I mean, these kind of people, these kind of content creators are everywhere now. But back then, no, they were like, they had to fight to be seen. And I was like, oh, I am really passionate about animation and art and movies and animation. I really want to talk about that, because the social circle I was in at the time weren't really open to talk about that kind of stuff. So YouTube was my avenue in order to talk about the stuff I loved. So that's what I pursued. And now I'm a content creator full time and an artist full time. I'm vending at conventions here, there, and everywhere. And, I didn't walk out of high school and immediately know that's what I want to do, or walk out of college, that's what I want to do, therefore it's going to happen. No, sadly, that doesn't happen. It's an organic thing, and sometimes, yes, people are like, some people do get things handed to them on a silver platter, but other people have to really work at it and figure out where they want to go, what they want to do, yada yada yada. And sometimes you don't know that until you learn what you don't want to do. When you do make the mistakes, when you pursue an avenue you thought was right but later discover it's wrong. And you learn about yourself that way. It's about taking chances, taking risks, and all that kind of stuff. And it can be really scary when you come out of the safety bubble of high school or college and you're on your own, essentially. That can be really scary. But you'll get there. You just have to take your time. Is what you're doing now your dream, or are there other things you're thinking of trying out? I've been researching the topic of imposter syndrome, and I did a panel about that at HarmonyCon, and it was really interesting, like, diving into the topic. And that was more, the panel itself was more discussing about imposter syndrome within fandoms, and springboarding from that, talking about imposter syndrome in everyday life, where you think, in spite of working hard to achieve, where you get to, like, you work hard to get qualifications for a certain job, or you work hard to get an opportunity, blah blah blah. It's you still feel like there's that under. Let me rephrase this. It's a feeling that you're a fraud, that you're a phony, and that you don't recognize your own accomplishments at all. And you feel one day someone's going to point at me and say, hey, you're a fraud, you don't belong here, kind of thing. I deal with that every day. And even at conventions, especially like HarmonyCon or other big conventions that I've been doing. I mean, HarmonyCon's not big, but it's like one of the bigger ones anyway. I feel like, well, I've been doing YouTube since 2013, 14, and I still don't have 100k subs yet. Let's see, it's like, in spite of doing like art and content creating full time, I feel like I'm not working hard enough. I feel like I should be making more content on a regular basis, be more efficient, more proficient and efficient in the content I'm producing. But then I'm remembering, hey, I'm just one person. I can't do everything. And yeah, it's was like, my dream is basically to be happy with what I'm doing. And that is a pursuit every day, to be happy with what I'm doing. And it's pursuing joy, not necessarily being happy, because there's a difference between being happy and being joyful. um like happiness is like a very surface level feeling of like feeling comfortable and energized with what you're doing, whereas joy is what gets you through the bad times. And joy is like, it's not just a feeling of extreme happiness, it's like being happy in spite of things like being bad, you know. it, and you I feel like it's an ongoing pursuit. And what helps me there is like I've been really lucky with being able to collab with so many amazing content creators, and some of them have become lifelong friends at this point. And I know that not everyone is that lucky. So I have to keep reminding myself that it's like surfing. Some days you catch the wave and other days you don't. Some days you fall flat on your arse, other days you're flying 20 feet high above sea level. So it like, and then imposter syndrome, it might feel like I can just step over this, and other days it feels like you're having to climb over a wall with no footholds. It's hard. It's so hard. Is it when your passion becomes your job, it can feel like a burden sometimes. And like frankly guys, the money is not great. It's not. So you know, there is that. If don't get into art for the money, that's the biggest advice I can give you, because if your only pursuit in life is money, then yeah, like getting into art is not what you want to do. However, if you want to be happy and you feel like making something will get you that, then pursue that. Is what you're doing now? Yeah, that's the one I'm answering. Um, I feel like it's important to always have a dream to improve daily. Like, be competitive with yourself, not necessarily with other people. If you're constantly comparing yourself to other people, it's like you're fighting to defeat someone instead of improving yourself for the sole purpose of self improvement. That's what I tried to do that. I tried to stay focused on the only competition I really have is my past self. If I can be better than the me I was yesterday, then I've made steps toward where I want to go. I think it's a very abstract idea of where I want to go. It's not like, are there other things that I'm thinking of doing? I'm always thinking of other things. What's the biggest convention that you've ever been to? BronyCon. BronyCon was the biggest. I think GalaxyCon is close behind. Although I've not vended or done a panel at GalaxyCon yet. I would like to one day. But it's a lot for that one. I mean, at least I don't have to fly to GalaxyCon. And BronyCon's no longer a thing, I'm very aware. But that was definitely the biggest one. Okay, let's get back to this. Mary, we need to get your line work done so we can move on to other things. Wait, did I just... Yes, I did. Okay. I went off on a tangent there, but yeah. I'm just a small YouTuber, guys. I'm, like, very aware that I'm very lucky to be where I am now. I'm very grateful for that. Well. I might not have made much sense there, but I tried my best. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so this is kind of funny. Um, I'm going to tell you guys this because a heads up for anyone else that uses YouTube and posts content, because I almost fell for this until I saw where the email came from. So this is definitely a spam email, but basically it was like, "Dear Mad Munchkin, this is a notice from the copyright enforcement team at Google LLC. This notice is sent in accordance with the applicable copyright laws on behalf of the exclusive rights holder, the Walt Disney Company. Our systems have detected that your YouTube channel, Mad Munchkin, contains content that violates the exclusive rights of the aforementioned rights holder. Failure to respond within the next 48 hours will compel us to file a formal copyright takedown request with YouTube. This will result in a copyright strike on your channel. We also do not waive our right to pursue legal action to protect our exclusive rights, including our right to claim damages as provided by law. To access the detailed complaint and take action to resolve the issue, use the following case management system via the secure link below. If the above link is inactive, please copy then paste it into your browser's URL address bar. Please confirm receipt. Copyright Enforcement Team for and behalf of Google LLC, case ID copy GOOGST345. So you never click on a link in an email that you get, ever. And more to the point, if you get a copyright claim on a video, that comes from YouTube itself. And the email is like from an email address that is like Daniel Ariva 2026 at Libero IT. And I'm like, yeah, this is a scam. But I got really close on falling for that. That's insane. I want to take a screenshot of that. This is what being a copyright creator means. You're getting all this nonsense. Oh, they didn't even spell notification right. Okay. Fun. I'm in the same boat as you, Maddie. I just hit over 100 subscribers on my channel last year, and I never thought I'd get close to that. But I'm proud of myself for making stuff people enjoy. That's awesome. Getting to your first 100 subscribers. That's a really good feeling. Congratulations on that. Spam, 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 spam. Yes, peppermint. Wonderful spam. Oh, I might get copyright claim for singing the spam song. Well, spamdy spam. It's wonderful spam. Yes. Let's do it further up then. There we go. There's a little bit of intersection going on, but I can live with that. Nope, that's not going to work because that's not how things are structured. Okay. There. All right. And her hair is usually longer than that, but it's fine. No, it's not fine. Okay, let's... I really like this part, but it doesn't really make sense. So let's do it again. Got this, and then this part right here. What's another name for spam? Ham grenade. Okay. Okay. Making good progress. I'm happy. I guess you could say that joke got a little hammy. Ah, boo. Boo. I say again with feeling, boo. Okay, I screwed up the line work on this one a little bit, but you know what? I can live with it. It's fine. It's fine. Teal. Ah, she's so cute. She do a blip. I love drawing Mary. Mary's more fun to draw than Maddie. Ah, I forgot her bracelets on her legs. Ah. You forgot something. Oh, I finally watched Zootopia 2, by the way. The entire movie was spoilt for me because of social media, by the way. Ah, that was fun. Everything. All of it. Every single story point, every single plot point, every single twist, everything was spoiled. But what a beautiful movie. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Just as I thought I would. I loved Gary. He was adorable. I see you sneaking out there. I see that. There we go. Yeah, caught you too. There you go. Get back in there. Come on. There we go. There she is. Mary do a blip. Uh-huh. Let's see. He is a precious noodle. Hey, maybe that's who I could draw next. Draw some Zootopia stuff. I haven't drawn Zootopia stuff for a while. I've got a couple of paintings. I've got Nick and Judy paintings, like one of Nick and one of Judy. I don't have one of them together. I'm working on let's see, because I've got a convention next month. I will be at Charlotte Comic Con on April 19th at the Embassy Suites in Concord, North Carolina. It's a one-day event. It's only a $5 admission. Highly recommend it. I've done this convention. It runs 3 times a year, and it's so good. It's so well run, guys. For a one-day event, it's so good. The artist alley is really impressive, and like all of the vendors are really cool. It's more catered toward like comic book collectors, but it's so welcoming in my experience. And they do like a cosplay competition, and so there's amazing cosplays that come to this event. It's great. I love it. It's so good. So yeah, I'll be vending there, selling some stuff, as I always do at these events. So feel free to come and join. You can find more information about that in the description below the live stream. And to plug my commissions again, we are offering commissions this month for, you can get a headshot commission for just starting at just $25. It can be a pony, it can be a human, it can be Antho, it can be your D&D character, it could be literally anything. I also do pet portraits as well, dogs, cats, etc. Then you've got your full body color sketches, as well as the fully rendered pieces with the backgrounds, and a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're interested, you can contact me on my Instagram or on my Blue Sky. I do recommend messaging on my Instagram instead of Blue Sky though, because Blue Sky, the messaging system there is kind of pants. I mean, you can try it, but I don't know. I never get a notification when I get a message on there. It's so weird. Or you can contact me via my email address as well. Or if you want to send me anything at all, you can send it to me on my email. What? My phone just buzzed. What is it? I am live streaming. What? Okay, so my hubby's just started D&D. Okay, let's see. Ah, okay. Yep, that's fine. Okay. It was just a notification that a bill was coming off tomorrow, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm planning on rewatching the first one before I see Zootopia 2, but I'm also watching all of the DreamWorks animated movies Tonight Be in Madagascar. Okay. That's fun. Okay, let's get back to this. This is the line work is pretty much done. I'll call that done. Wait, I already did that. Okay. Okay, sending this to the client. It's always fun when people commission me to draw my own characters. It's kind of funny. Okay, so we've got that, and okay, I am looking at your email now, Waluigi. Sadly, because I'm an old woman, I do not remember seeing this drawing before, but thank you for sending it to me. It's very cute. I appreciate it. One thing that I need to tell you guys also is I do have a Discord server that is a Patreon reward. If you want to support me on Patreon, if you don't want to order a commission, you can do that. To join the Discord server is just $5 a month. If you want more information about that, you can find it in the description below. We really appreciate the support because as content creators, YouTube revenue is non-existent now. So if you want to really support people like myself, Patreon is usually the way to do it. Maddie getting a notification. What is it? Who are you? What do you want? Yeah, pretty much. Have you ever thought about doing another cosplay of your own? I know you did Hades, but have you been inspired to do more? I'm actually a Klingon. I am in a Star Trek cosplay group, and they raise money for non-profits, and they go to conventions, and they have all of these Star Trek props, mainly Klingon stuff, and they all dress up as Klingons, and some of them are in character, some are not, and they have various levels of cosplay. Some of them go all out to be screen accurate, and others they invent their own characters, and the only stipulation really is that you encourage people to donate to the whatever charity they're representing, and every time a donation is given, all the Klingons shout "Kapla" together. So my Klingon is named Mohgra, which is a mix of Klingon and Welsh together. In English, it means beloved blade. And some of you may know that I have an alternative YouTube channel called Beloved Blade. It doesn't have any content on there yet, but we are working on it. That's where all my D&D stuff is going to go, and any kind of Star Trek stuff or other live action content I talk about is going to go. That's still kind of simmering in the background right now. But, you know, it is what it is. As far as other cosplays, I used to cosplay a lot when I was in my 20s. The first cosplay I ever did was Harley Quinn from the animated series in the 90s. And this was before Suicide Squad and all the Harley Quinn show came out. This was actually before the majority of people actually knew who Harley Quinn was outside of, like, Batman fans, because she only existed at the time in the comics and in the animated show. She hadn't quite expanded outside of that yet. And that tells you how long ago this was. Then I've also cosplayed as the only female Robin I know of anyway, as well. And I did my own version of Hades. I've done Hades twice. The first time I did it was a bit more of a casual, like, cocktail dress kind of thing. I didn't do the face paint for that one. I just had the blue hair and the dress with like stuff pinned on it and the skull pin. The second time I did it was at GalaxyCon, where I did do the face paint, and I had very blue hair at the time, and now my hair is kind of blue and purple at the same time, and it actually looks a lot better that way instead of like the straight up blue. Other cosplays, I would really love to be able to cosplay something from the Fallout franchise. I would love to be able to make my own power armor or do my own version of the Xenomorph from the Alien franchise. I would love to do that kind of stuff. But, that obviously it's going to take a lot of time and money. And I'm getting older, and physically speaking, cosplaying is exhausting, and I don't know how I feel about doing that just for the sake of wearing a costume at a convention. I would rather do it if I was like representing a charity or something like I do with the Klingons. So I don't know if I would ever do it just for myself. I really don't know. My skill level is nowhere near the point where I would feel like I can do that as the thing I do at conventions, But anyway, I hope that answered your question. I love cosplay. I follow a lot of cosplayers on YouTube and stuff. I admire their craft. I really wish that I had the patience to learn how to construct outfits like that. I can make props and stuff. I made my own batless for my Klingon cosplay, but making my own costume that I would wear myself, I think I need to be a bit more confident with that before I'm able to do that in an actual convention setting. But I'll work on it. We never know. It might be something I might choose to do if I ever decide to stop vending. You never know. That's actually a really, really good idea. Maybe that could be my retirement plan. When I finish vending, I'll be like, I'm going to be a full-time cosplayer now. I'll be like a 60-year-old woman, like, cosplaying at convention. How badass would that be? That would be so fun. I would just be like this old woman dressing up as a Klingon at conventions, shouting at people to donate money. You know what? That's my retirement plan. I've decided. There, I'm going to be a Klingon when I retire. What am I saying? I'm not going to retire. Ever. I'll stop vending. For sure, eventually. Because vending is exhausting. I'm not going to be able to do that forever. Alright, what am I going to work on next? We've done this. I am back. The peace of my kingdom has been restored. My cat has been fed. Yes. Well, I just closed it, but then I got feedback from the client to say they're happy with it, so now finish it. I'm like, okay. Alright, I will finish it. So, I guess we're going to be coloring this piece then. Okay. Here we go. Let's see, where am I? There I am. What is the name of the channel? What channel? What channel? The one I just mentioned about, that's where I want to put my D&D stuff. Beloved Blade, but there's no content on there yet. Oh wow, I screwed up that heart big time. Jeez. Okay, let's fix this. Cute. Oh, okay, now let's see. Maybe say pony. This right here. I'm just gonna make sure my door is closed, which it is, but you might hear my hubby in the background because he's doing a D&D session. And my husband, bless him, is deaf, so sometimes he doesn't, well, deafness is a spectrum, but, you know, he doesn't really fully comprehend how loud he is, so you might hear him in the background. Coloring is, like, I think my favorite part of the process of drawing anything is the line work, and then coloring is very close second. You can get coloring done fairly quickly if you know how to do it, but it can be very tedious at times, especially when you have like line work as janky as mine. That's not the right word. Okay. See, this is another reason why I don't like using the fill tool, because it doesn't fill. There's little areas that it misses. The tool I used to do this, that was the magnet lasso tool. It's exactly what it sounds like. The thing that you use to select, it magnetizes itself to the line work. Cosplay is exhausting. I never got into it, but I admire costume makers and players. It is exhausting and incredibly expensive. It's a very expensive hobby. I would argue that cosplaying is a more expensive hobby than gaming is. There's a sword YouTuber I follow that also had a functional batleth be made. A functional batleth made. Do you mean it's like literally made of metal? Yeah. There's the stunt batleths that have just been released. They're made of foam. I would love one of those, but when I'm cosplaying my Klingon character, it's not really a rule for the group, but it's encouraged that you make your own weapons. And my first batleth was just made of cardboard that I covered with some foam clay and then painted silver. And it's held together with duct tape and faith. And it's been to 2 conventions. It will not survive another one. It is like bending in toward itself quite badly, so I'm hoping that I'll be able to make a new one before my next Klingon cosplay day. I will tell you when I'm going to be doing that. I will be Klingon at Heroes Con in June in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that is plenty of time, I think, to make a new batleth. That's plenty of time, but having the money to do so is a different thing altogether. Because making a batleth out of foam, you would have to use 2 layers of foam, depending on the thickness. And if you're buffering every few seconds, that is happening. My apologies. It is happening for me as well. I suggest you refresh the browser. Let me check. The OBS is not peaking red. Dropped frames. It's dropping frames. Yes. So this is an issue. Let's see if I can fix that. I can get rid of this. Don't need that. And let's get rid of that. We don't need that right now. Okay. And this too. The D&D channel, yes, that is called Beloved Blade. Why? It's... Wow, this is, like, buffering really badly now. Wow. Oh, jeez. Why is it so bad? Alright, let's get rid of this. Okay, is that fixed it? Not really, but that's the best I can do for now, guys. I can't really do much else when we're both streaming. There's not really much I can do. Let's close this. I don't need that either. This. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Why? Dual stream. No. Are you trying to stream on 2 platforms at once? Yeah, that's the one, Pretzel 2. That's the one. But like I said, we haven't posted anything on there yet. It's still under construction. But feel free to subscribe if you want to. Yeah, even like, oh my gosh. Okay, let's get rid of that then. And this. Oh, lordy. And you're still showing that. Oh my gosh, why YouTube? Why? There is nothing else running. I mean, my Wi-Fi is at full. Why is it? Okay, fine. Let's not worry about it for now, I guess. There we go. Now it's at full. What the heck did I do? Okay, we shouldn't have any buffering anymore. Wow. I don't even know what I did to fix that. I wish I could tell you. Made of steel or some kind of steel. Yeah. There's a lot of those on Etsy and other places, but I've seen some really impressive obviously at convention. You're going to be at Heroes as well? Well, if you see the Klingons, I'll be one of them. I'll be the short one. I am the smallest one. I'm also the youngest one as well, as far as I can remember. So yeah, feel free to come and say hi. It'll be fairly easy to spot us, especially if my hubby's with us, because we'll have our his service dog with us. So if you see a veteran with their dog, I'm probably not too far away. I don't know what days I'll be there though. I don't think I'll be there every day, but we're going to certainly try. I would really love to see you there. That'd be awesome. We are not vending. We don't have a vendor table at HeroesCon this year. We decided that HeroesCon is not quite our kind of event. So, but we are more than happy to support it in other ways. So, If we're able to raise money for non-profit organizations, then that is the best way for us to show support. You know, you could just use the select tool for this part as well, but screw it, I'm doing it this way. Oh, excuse me. Well, Heroes Con is not till June, and guys, I have a vacation in June. I'm actually going on vacation. I am not traveling for a convention. I am actually going on vacation to spend time with friends and not be at a con. It's gonna be so good. Hanging out with people I usually hang out with at a con, but it's not a con. We're just hanging out, just staying at an Airbnb. It's not the first time, obviously, but it's like, it's very rare for me to go on an actual vacation. I just observed how dirty my Wacom Cintiq is. That's gross. I need to clean that. Okay, for this part, yes, I am using the select tool because it's kind of tedious. There. Let's see. Fairly certain it's a YouTube problem most of the time. There's a few streamers I watch dual stream on both YouTube and Twitch. When I buffer, it's almost always exclusively on YouTube. Well, I don't have any dropped frames anymore, but that's because I had to close a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't have a bunch of stuff opened. I realized that my Steam was open, so I thought, oh, maybe it's trying to do updates, so I closed that. Nothing happened. So then I closed my Discord, and then suddenly it's fine. But I'm like, well, I've been able to have my stream, my Discord, my Steam open as well, because you should be able to do that, because, like, what if you're streaming a game? Like, why is YouTube dropping frames so much? I don't understand why that's a thing. But it's fine now, so let's just hope and pray it stays that way. But, you know, it is what it is. You are slowly becoming the best pony ever. Oh, no, wrong. Well, it would help if I used the right select tool. Okay. See, when I discovered this magnetic select tool, it made things so much faster. Well, hello there, Odinoko. How are you? I hope I said your name right. Oh, hey, you know what I forgot? I forgot to add her cape. I've got the collar and the top of the cape, but not the rest of it. So I need to add that. Ah, darn. She looked a bit weird. So, because her wings are out, so if her wings are holding up, the cape in the reference goes over the wings, but that wouldn't actually happen. So it's going to go behind the wing. So let's do, it's going down here. Like that. And this part as well. There. Night shift is lovely. I'm sure. What is this? Oh, I don't need to do that. Go away. Okay, surely I can have Instagram open while I'm streaming. Surely that won't cause my frame rate to drop. Nope. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stop being an arse, YouTube. I know that's kind of your thing these days, but can you not? Nope, you're bouncing in between like just under 7,000 kbps, and then going just under, then just over. That's a happy number. That's green. I like it. Can we keep it that way? For 5 minutes, could you not be yourself? For 5 minutes! Yeah. How many people want to rent a party bus limo during the day? Not a lot. That's more of an evening thing, I would think. I've been in a party limo and a party bus. They're fun. I did that for my prom. Yeah, I went to my prom because I'm a loser. No. You're a loser, baby, a loser. I don't know the words. Why is that? Oh, okay. I see, said the blind man. Okay, you're going behind. That works. I can't sing that entire song anyway because obviously copyright claim, but even if it wasn't, there's words in there that YouTube doesn't like. So. Oh boy. Oh, you can show graphic violence on YouTube, yeah, but the minute you say a swear word, oh no, we don't like that. This is a nice Christian Minecraft server. Excuse me, sir. Do not use that language. Watch your profanity. Oh, great. I've got Loser Baby in my head now. Oh, speaking of my analysis series for Has Been Season 2, I have every intention on going back to that. Um, there's just been a bit of a dampener on getting those videos done because analysis videos take a lot out of me and they take a long time to make because obviously it's analysis. Um, it's oh my gosh, and there's so much I want to say, and I have to structure it in a certain way so that it's it's not just me making dumb complaints. You know, I need to have a reason behind it. It needs to be like I can't just talk about a thing that I don't like and not say why I don't like it, but at the same time there's a certain emotional bias behind certain things that I need to make sure that I'm not leaning into too much. So, especially when talking about Angel's character arc. So that's the next video, and this one I knew was going to be a challenge, just like the Angel Dust section in my season 1 video where I just had all of it in one video. Now, certain parts of the analysis series for the season 2, some of those sections are longer than the entire video I made for season 1. So there is a heck of a lot of editing to do. Like, there's a lot that has ended up on the cutting room floor. There's a lot that's been cut from these videos. So, yeah. Angel's arc is one of the hardest ones to write about because of the subject matter. So, yeah, it takes a while to get those kind of videos out. The one I'm most looking forward to is the one about Alistair, because obviously he's my favourite character. Um, but there is a lot to dive into in that regard because his arc is so integral to the main plot. In spite being nerfed for most of season 2. Um, there's so much more to talk about with his character in season 2 than there was in season 1. I'm looking forward to bringing that series back. I just think I need a break from analysis for a little while. Even if it means like I'm just making. If I do return to analysis, I don't want to dive back into Has Been. I want to do something a bit lighter first. It's a bit like you're going to the gym every day and then you have to stop and take a break. Sometimes you have to stop for a bit longer and then ease back into it. And that's the same with analysis, especially how I approach it. So I have been considering making another video about... Does anyone remember the cartoon show Recess? And how I've been doing panels at conventions and stuff about imposter syndrome within fandoms. There's an episode of Recess that I really want to talk about because it touches on fandoms and how certain fans treat other fans, especially older fans, and how they treat new fans. And I don't mean age. I mean, like, if someone is new to a franchise and someone else has been in it for a long time, sometimes there's a bit of gatekeeping there, and it's interesting to watch a show that touches on that very topic, and I would really like to dive into that. It like the whole thing about like, oh, if you're a fan of a thing and you're just still new to it and then a fan of it is new, some people that have been in certain fandoms for a long time, and especially in my experience, they sometimes interrogate the new fan, like make them feel like they have to prove their right to be a fan of a thing. That's not necessarily gatekeeping. That's more like being protective of the thing you love. But there's a story about I was out drinking with some friends back when I did drink, and I was wearing a Batman shirt, and I went to order some more drinks, and I was at the bar, and this random guy comes over to talk to me and saw my shirt and was like, oh, you like Batman, huh? Name all of the actors that have ever played Batman. So I was like, well, I'm not going to do that, but I can tell you who my favorite Batman was. And so I said Kevin Conroy was my favorite Batman. And he didn't know who Kevin Conroy was. So I said, well, he was the voice actor for Batman in the animated series. And for a lot of people, that was their introduction to the Batman franchise, especially if you grew up in the 90s. So a lot of people say, like, no, that Michael Keaton is their Batman, or Adam West is, or it might be Troy Baker. It could be, it might be Robert Pattinson for some people. You or Christian Bale. You don't know. Like it's not about knowing all the actors that have played Batman. It's like, well, let's have a conversation. Let's like, hey, you're a fan of a thing, I'm a fan of a thing. Let's talk. None of this interrogation tactic. Like, you must earn your right to wear this Batman shirt. Like, come on. There's also this question in the back of my mind. If I was a guy wearing a Batman shirt, would he have done that? You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's a bit sexist, but yeah. I'm like, there is that question. Anyway. My favorite live action Batman, by the way, is Michael Keaton. Maybe with Val Kilmer, a very close second, because my first Batman movie I ever watched was Batman Forever. So that movie has a special place in my heart, because that was kind of where I properly fell in love with Batman and film noir genre in general, and Tim Burton. Even though Tim Burton wasn't the director of Batman Forever, he was the producer. But from that, I discovered Batman 1989, and then the animated series and all that kind of stuff. So without Batman Forever, like, I wouldn't have really gotten into that fandom. And there's a lot of, it had a very big influence on me as a person growing up. Raina Romano's Batman, not the biggest fan of that one, but I think that's purely because like Kevin Conroy is so iconic. Like, when you think of the voice of Batman, you think Kevin Conroy. So whenever someone else does it, it just, it feels a bit wrong to me. Even, obviously now he's passed on, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, they weren't bad, but I don't know. It just, for me, it just felt a bit like they were trying too hard to be like Kevin Conroy instead of being their own thing. That this is all just rest in peace, Kevin Conroy. This is all just opinionated, but yeah, it's just how like I personally feel. So, you know, sometimes I'm worried about how some fans treat or will see others about the kind of fanfics they write or read. Some want absolute canon and treat non-canon stuff like you're not a true fan stuff. So with me, I don't really venture into fan-made stuff that often, especially fanfics, and that is mainly because in my personal experience, some of the fanfics I read from various franchises were basically self-insert fanfics. Like, they're like, oh, I'm obsessed with this character, therefore I'm going to create my own character and write a story where my character falls in love with the main character of this thing. And when they write the main character, it's nothing like how they are in the show, but it's their idealized version of this character and how they're falling in love with their character. And I just saw such a repeat of that idea happen over and over that I just avoided fanfics for a while. And then I discovered Fallout Equestria. So so there is that, and some really fun Disney fanfics, and some of them are actually officially published by Disney themselves. The Twisted Tales, for instance. Oh my goodness, that is a fun series to get into. Like, when it's like, what if scenarios. Those kind of fanfics I adore. Like, what if the stepmother found the godmother's wand? And they literally made that into a movie. Or what if the queen poisoned the prince instead of Snow White? Those kind of ideas, those kind of fanfics. Oh my goodness. That is so much fun. I love that aspect. So, like within fandoms, like we talked about imposter syndrome within fandoms, and you can be a fan of something and not be in the fandom. That is very easy to do, and in some aspect, it's the healthier choice and safer choice because some fandoms are so intense. You know? Especially the Star Trek fandom. Oh my god. And without Star Trek, we would not have conventions, guys. This is a very significant fandom when it comes to pop culture in general. It is one of, if not the most important fandom on the planet. So, and... I mean, there was a lot of advocating for women when it comes to science fiction conventions and like comic conventions in general. It's a wonderful history to read into on how comic conventions came about. But Trek fans can be frankly mean-spirited toward people that are fans of New Trek. In some avenues, I feel that, yeah, that is kind of justified, because some of the more modern Star Trek sucks, in my opinion. Star Trek Discovery being one of the worst things I have ever watched in regards to Star Trek stuff. But I'm never gonna tell someone that enjoyed Star Trek Discovery that they're not a true fan. That is not a healthy way to operate. You can like a thing, you can not like a thing, but if you tell someone else that likes a thing that you don't, that they're a bad person or they're not a real fan if they like it, then you're just a crappy person. It's like fans of G4 and MLP telling people that like G5 that they're not a true fan. I'm like, come on, guys. It's like, oh yay, there's more ponies and therefore more fans of the same thing I like. Yay, more cake. Why would we ruin that for other people? Like the whole point of MLP in general is to celebrate friendship. You know what friends don't do? Ridicule each other for what they like and what they don't like. You know, like I can voice whether I like something, but I'm not going to say to someone that likes a thing that they're a bad person. You know, come on. That's just ugh. And don't get me started on Star Wars. Oh my god. There's whole topic there, and then there's a thing about if you like Star Trek, then you shouldn't like Star Wars. It's like you can't like both. Who said you can't like Star Trek and Star Wars? Like, come on, like, why is there? Well, I know why. There's this uh battle between what's better, Star Trek or Star Wars. It's like, well, in my personal opinion, Star Trek is better than Star Wars. Why? I discovered Star Trek before Star Wars, and I prefer a science fiction world where it's more positive, that it's showing that humanity is not doomed, that we are going to be okay. We are going to invent a world where, like, we've abolished prejudice, discrimination, etc., blah 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 blah, and it's a more positive outlook on the future. But there's still conflict there, but it's more like, oh my god, like Star Wars is basically King Arthur in space, and Star Trek is Moby Dick in space. It's they're both fun in their different ways. It's Star Wars is, yeah, just as you say, like Star Wars is space medieval fantasy. Star Trek is sci-fi. They're both technically sci-fi, but like Star Wars is very like formulaic in regards to the hero's story, and with it being a movie series first before it started getting more of the TV series that they've got, whereas Star Trek was about TV storytelling. So every episode in the original Star Trek was pretty much episodic, whereas after that, like with Next Gen and Deep Space Nine and Voyager, all of the stories within those different shows interlock together. So like some of, like, you can enjoy each series without having to watch the other ones, but you get more out of it if you watch them all because of how well they connect together. So it's just fun. I love that. Anyway. And let's not even touch on the fact that how much impact has Star Wars had on American culture, not just in movies and TV, but in general. Like, without Star Wars, where would the movie industry be now? It probably wouldn't be a thing anymore. We would be in a very different world if Star Wars wasn't a thing. I am very aware of that. And you can say the same thing for Star Trek, what it did for TV. It had the first interracial kiss on screen. Like, come on, like without that, where would we be now? Can you tell I'm really passionate about this topic? I mean, arguably, who was it that wrote the very first science fiction novel ever that was popular, like, throughout the entire world? Mary Shelley, a 19-year-old woman. Like, oh my god. How much has been how let me start over. That book is my favorite book in the world. I love Frankenstein so much. Like, oh my god, what was the novel? Um, there's been so many different adaptations of Frankenstein. Most people know the one with Boris Karloff the best, or if you've seen Guillermo del Toro's version that was released last year, absolutely fantastic. The best adaptation of Frankenstein ever made, in my opinion. Um, but you're still talking about that, and how many centuries has it been since she's published that book, and we're still talking about that story. We're still making more movies based on it, TV shows on it, and all sorts of art and like merch about Frankenstein. It's oh my gosh. The Guillermo del Toro version of Frankenstein was fantastic, but it's a very hard watch. I haven't watched it more than once. It's once was it was a lot. Mainly because it's like, well, a typical Guillermo del Toro movie. It's very graphic in regards to, it's very, oh, let me rephrase that. It's very anatomically correct when it comes to its gore. Let me leave it at that. And if you're very easily grossed out by that, then yeah, avoid it. But Guillermo del Toro doesn't like to be too theatrical with his gore. He likes to be as accurate as possible, and I do respect that. But for some people, that can be very off-putting because it's a bit too real. But more theatrical gore, like Sweeney Todd gore, I can handle that a bit easier because it's like stage gore. It's exaggerated. It's not made to be realistic. It's made to be believable. So, yeah. But, oh my gosh. The two newest ones that I've watched have been Del Toro's and The Bride. Oh, I have not seen The Bride yet. I'd like to. It looks fun. Now, obviously, like, The Bride of Frankenstein was an invention by Universal Studios. That was not from Mary Shelley herself. But, again, that is still a very iconic character. And she's a redhead. Did you know? She is a redhead. I have seen the original costume of The Bride of Frankenstein in the Icons of Darkness Museum on Hollywood Boulevard. And the tour guide pointed out the wig. Look at the wig. It's not black. What color is it? And it's red. So she is a redhead. I love that. I mean, I kind of knew that she was, but seeing it in person, oh my gosh. These costumes were incredible. There's my Mary. There you are. You're such a fun girl. Yeah, because like back in the day where everything was filmed in black and white, obviously like things were filmed to fit that technology, and certain colors pick up differently on camera. So red comes out as a very dark black on screen, and to get the contrast when it comes to lighting and stuff, you have to use various um hues. So in order for it to be readable on screen, otherwise everything just looks either white or black. So color theory is a fun topic to explore, but a very difficult one to explain in words. So I'm not very good at that. So yeah. There are two movies called The Bride. The one I'm talking about was from the 80s and stars Sting as Frankenstein and Clancy Brown as the monster. Oh, okay, not the most recent one. Okay. In the old Munster TV series, they used pink in the decor of the house. They did! Yes. Do you hear that, Mary? Munster's house was pink. Your favourite colour. Oh, Mary, you're so happy. I love you. Ever seen what the set of the Addams Family in 1960s looked like in real life? Was that a similar thing to the Monsters? Was that... I think it was... Yeah, you tell me about it. Tell me about it. Trying to find the right shade for this tongue of hers. That's about it. The entire interior of the house was pink. So the Munsters' house was pink, and so was the Addams Family house? I mean, it would make sense. Both series were filmed in black and white, so it would make sense for the houses to be pink as well. Has anyone here seen the movie, oh, Pleasantville? Now that's a movie where certain scenes, most of the film was filmed in black and white, and if you watch it, it is a Tobey Maguire movie, yes. Um, it's essentially about these two kids get transported to this world where this really um, cheesy black and white suburban kind of Stepford Wife-ish 50s TV show was, and so everything is in black and white, but because they're from the modern world, they're introducing rebellion, um, making people question authority, etc., etc. And as they're doing that, the characters within that world start to push boundaries in within themselves as well as the society, and they slowly start to uh, develop color. And so one of the characters tries to hide it. She paints herself black and white to hide the fact she now has color. And there's other characters that are very proud of it and others that aren't. So, and there's some that embrace it and others that find it really offensive. And it's obviously like talking about prejudice and discrimination, like they literally call the people that have colors coloreds. So it's not subtle. It is not a subtle movie at all, but it is such a good movie. In an artistic sense, it's incredible. So good. It's Tobey Maguire and Reese Witherspoon. Yes, okay. I got it. Okay, so I've been back for about an hour and a half. Approximately. I'm aiming to finish live streaming in about half an hour, but I might extend that depending on how I'm feeling. But we're having a good stream. I'm glad people have showed up for it. I appreciate it. I appreciate you all. You're all awesome people. That show, the set had a lot of pink and gold yellow in it. Yes. There you go. Mary, you're so cute. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I wish I had a plushie of Mary. Well, I do, but like one that's like if people have seen me at conventions, especially MLP conventions, I have a plushie of Maddie. And I did have one of Mary, but it was won in an auction. So I would really like to have a plush of Mary. Like, I would love that. Mary means a lot to me. She's not just a joke character anymore. She's integral. There we go. Look at that. Oh, we need to get rid of this pink right here. I've given you a new idea for a thing to draw for me. Ooh. Well, I look forward to seeing that. I could do the smart thing and just use the select tool. Yeah, let's do that. Work smarter, not harder. Ta-da. Did I just erase the wrong part? Yes, I did. I'm dumb. It's this part right here that I need to get rid of. That's more like it. Okay. I do this for a living, guys. Alright. I know what I'm doing, I swear! Okay. She do a blap. She do a blap. Okay. One, then I'll save a PNG as well. Save. Homestar Runner. I am not familiar with that. I'm an adult, dang it. No! Adulting! Adulting sucks. I don't want to be an adult. Ugh. I'm gonna take out trash and wash the dishes and do my laundry. That's boring. But boring things are important. Just being ridiculous and throwing it out there. Ever thought of there being a kind of duel between Mary Sue and Loppy? Like how Mary blasted Loppy, and I know she'd win, but just being weird here. Homestar is like 20 years old. Oh my gosh. We have had discussions about Mary Sue and Loppy and Casper Pie being in a video together, and like who would be the straight man in that threesome, and it would be Mary. Because like what better way to like build tension than have the character that could literally like Thanos you out of existence because she's Mary Sue. Like what would drive her to the edge? Mary would be the straight man. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that Mary's been the straight man. in a duo. It would not be the first time. So, yeah. Because you've got three characters that are annoying in three different ways to the audience and the characters around them. And I think it would be Loppy and Casper are talking to each other while Mary's in the middle and just being slowly driven insane with the nonsense. Because say what you want about Mary, at least she is able to she's smart when it's convenient. You know, the battle will be glorious. Someone make a trailer of this. Get Dusty Cat or Thespio to dub it. Aw, Dusty Cat needs to vest up. Dusty's been through a lot very recently. He needs to rest. Poor guy. Anyway. If it ever happens, I bet it will be fun. Uh, Animation takes a long time, guys. Writing stories takes a long time, and a lot of us, we have day jobs and other commitments that keep us busy from making our content as consecutively as we would like. So yeah. Um, Although I do this full time, I also do a lot of volunteer work, and I also am married to a disabled veteran, so that takes up a lot of my time as well. So yeah, I would love to be able to get like stuff out more often. I'm very aware I haven't released a video for about a month, so I need to get back on that. But this is what live streams are about. It's filling that gap, but also keeping the connection going with people that support you. So yeah, I appreciate that. So I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. So I'm going to put break time up. I will be right back because I'm going to grab a drink as well. Okay, I am back from my break. That was a very quick break. So to reiterate, we are working on commissions, but before I talk about that, the next convention I will be at Charlotte Comic Con on April 19th at the Embassy Suites in Concord, North Carolina. I've done this convention several times before. I always have a good time there. It's a 1 day event. I'll be vending, so I'll be vending in the artist alley. Usually that is on the left side of the vendor hall. You'll be able to find me quite easily in there. Once we have the floor plan, I'll release it nearer the time. Keep an eye out for that on my Instagram and Blue Sky. It's just $5 to get in. It's like I said, it's a 1 day event, so it's mainly geared toward people that collect comics rather than a general pop culture event. But it's still one I highly recommend. They do a cosplay competition, so like the amount of people that turn up in cosplay is really impressive, and some of them are like, I mean, amazing quality. So I've been doing conventions since 2014, and I thought at this point nothing could ever surprise me. This convention, the cosplayers that show up to these things, I'm surprised every year with what I see. It is the quality and the actual ideas that they come up with in order to convey some characters is really inventive. And there's some really awesome like non-profit organizations that are represented here as well that are raising money for very important causes. So there is that as well. Highly recommend this event. And there's another event I'll be doing in May, which I will release more details about that. I'll be a guest at a convention called Con Carolina. I've vended at this event before. This will be the first time I will be a guest at a quote-unquote non-pony convention. So it's I'll be doing a panel there, and a couple of panels actually, and vending. So it's that one's more of an indoor Ren fair type of convention. So it's a very different vibe to a comic convention or pop culture convention, but it's still a lot of fun. It's more about supporting like indie developers and authors and artists. So it's awesome. Uh, as for my commissions, we are open for commissions in March and into April as well. We're doing everything you see on screen right now. Doing like full body sketches and drawings and fully rendered drawings as well. Headshot commissions are very popular. I'm just doing them for $25 right now. I'm also doing pet portraits as well. And if you want to contact me about ordering a commission, you can do so by sending me a message on my Instagram or Blue Sky. Or you can send me an email. My email address is on the price list as well. So feel free to contact me. Or if you don't want to order a commission and you still want to show support, you can support me on my Patreon. And you can join my Discord server for $5 a month. You can do that as well. Any support is highly appreciated, but no one is under any pressure to do so. I know times are hard right now. So please only support financially if you are able to do so. There is no pressure whatsoever. Anyway, how often do you go to conventions as a guest instead of vending? The one that I was talking about, Con Carolina, that I'm going to be a guest at, that's the first non-pony convention I'm a guest at. Usually when I'm doing pony conventions, I'm usually also a community guest, or at least a panelist. And usually I'm a vendor as well. Mainly because traveling to these events takes a lot out of me financially. So one of the things I ask is if I am a guest that I'm a vendor as well. Because then I can cover my costs that way. Let's see. Oh my goodness, my love, you're loud. Okay, let me close my door over. 1 second. The siren still manages to travel in here, but you know, I try. Oh, of course, it's St. Patrick's Day on Tuesday. Joy. This is St. Patrick's weekend. Ugh. Well, that looks like that's... wait, let's do the thing. I need to check my Instagram. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Doop. Alright. I ran into a bunch of cosplayers today at DaggerCon. There were some leftover stormtroopers from the St. Patrick Parade, plus a pack of alpaca. That's fun. Let's see. Mary, you are done. Yes. So we have a couple of new commission orders to look at, but I'm going to start those when I'm not live streaming. So for now, we are going to draw something just for fun to bring things to a close today, because we have been streaming for just over 4 hours, and I like to keep the streams at a decent length. 4 hours is, I think, more than enough time. But what can we get done in 5 minutes, I wonder? The only thing about St. Patrick's Day I celebrate has been watching one of the Leprechaun movies, which will be sad to watch this year as the director of the first movie passed away last month. It hasn't felt that long. Do you get tired of people confusing Scots for Irish? Sometimes, yes. Yeah. People ask me what am I doing for St. Patrick's Day, and I say, well, nothing. I don't celebrate it. I'm not Irish. So, yeah. St. Patrick was not Irish. He was actually, there's a whole story behind there, about, why we shouldn't celebrate St. Patrick as a patron saint. Yeah. But I suppose any excuse to drink. And the leprechaun, by the way, the leprechaun is not actually from Celtic folklore. That was invented as a stereotype against Irish people during the whole English and Irish slavery period. So yeah, Scots and Irish don't really do not like the leprechaun thing. But anyway. Let's see. Well, we just did a drawing of Mary. Let's do a drawing of Maddie to end things off, shall we? Maybe run over a little bit. I did intend on ending at 6, but we can run over a little bit. Let's see. So to clarify, leprechaun, it is technically something from like Irish folklore, but the current idea of a leprechaun being a like the whole Warwick Davis short man chasing gold kind of thing, that is yeah. A lot of the stuff that you read about leprechauns, it's not actually accurate. So, yeah. Do you think Captain Kirk would have tried to date Mary Sue? At least she'd live up to her namesake that way. um, if she was living up to her namesake, no, because the age difference is a thing. But like, if she was a self-insert character, then probably. But um, I mean, Kirk was basically like the Zeus of the Star Trek world. He would just, yeah. Oh look, a female! Like, let's chase it, kind of thing. Um, yeah. Can you tell I'm not a Kirk fan? Anyway, for living up to the stereotypical Mary Sue archetype, Kirk would chase Mary, but Mary would not chase Kirk because my Mary is aromantic. So aromantic, not aromantic, aromantic, as in she is happy not being in a relationship with anyone. Um, Mary in my brain is also asexual, so yeah, there is that as well. I think I'm done for drawing today, actually. I was going to see if I would. Kirk would have tried to romance that rock monster. Do you mean the rock monster from Galaxy Quest? Or. I love that movie. Galaxy Quest is amazing. Oh, the one Spock to the mind melt. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, my brain went straight to Galaxy Quest when you said Rock Monster. Yeah. Alright, guys, I'm gonna end the stream here. I thought I had another drawing in me, but I don't think I do. I think I'm done. So, yeah, thank you for hanging out with me today. And as a reminder, you can still. I will be at Charlotte Comic Con on April 19th at the Embassy Suites in Concord, North Carolina. You can find more information about Charlotte Comic Con in the description below. And I will be open for commissions for the foreseeable future. Feel free to contact me on my Instagram or on my Blue Sky if you wish to place an order. I'm doing anything between, like, I'm doing headshots for $25. That can be anything. It can be pony, it can be anthro, it can be human, it can be your D&D character, it can be your dog, your cat, it can be literally anything. That goes for the flat color sketch, shaded sketch, the texture drawing, or full color background. It can be anything. Feel free to contact me. Or if you don't want to place a commission order and still want to show support, you can support me on my Patreon. The $5 tier will allow you to join my Patreon exclusive Discord server. So it could be your grandma. Yeah. And you know what? If you can't support me financially, being here while we live stream is support in itself. Then there's no pressure whatsoever to order anything. It's you know, we have to promote this stuff. We have to do it because the YouTube algorithm won't do it anymore. So yeah, we have to do it this way. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna call it here. I'm Mad Munchkin. Stay creative. Wear your seatbelt. Put your shopping cart away. Pick up your damn trash. Use your turning signal. Oh my god. Just be excellent to each other, and of course be excellent to yourself. The latter being one of the hardest things to ever do. Speaking from experience. Alright guys, take care. Bye.